Okay, so seems like we're back. Up for part number 3, it seems. See, scene collection. Oh, that's fine. Where is the doc? Stream information. Part number 3. Done. Cool. Hey, that's good. Okay, so welcome back. This is a continuation of last time, of where I left off, part 2, and today we're going to see what we're going to accomplish today. Before that, let me quickly go fetch something. Might be quite useful for the stream. Went and got some tea. Some iced tea. Or during the playthrough, it is referred to as it's referred to as blood. You sense this, it looks like a little bit like blood. So yeah, let's see where we're going from here. The eye was on the tool. Here we go. I am periodically going to check something because I know that I am downloading another game on another PC, but it'll be fine. It's cool, so I'm happy. I'm really happy. Do hope that the settings remain the same. I need to check. Bum-ba-da-ba. This should be fine. This should be more than fine. Hey, Pembroke Hospital. Okay, so it seems like the settings remain the same. Still a bit laggy. I know that yesterday there was a comment was made about it, but yeah, this is a bit of a tough call in any case, or a bit difficult to play using using streaming as a service, but still fine. Still not the end of the world. It's a little bit difficult, but it's still fine. So we need to meet Edgar. Now let's go meet this uncle and see what's happening. Yes, last time we heard about something about the what were they? The Prewins, yes. Fingers crossed.
God protect us. You've got a leech in the hospital.
Yes, my hospital. My mission is to heal while you go about warring.
You've set the table for a snake. I wonder why there's venom in your food.
I'm growing tired of your song. You're a woodsman, McCallum, not a doctor. Return to your hunt.
Remember, I've a good nose for machinations. I can flare the scent at a mile. You can't hide from the god.
Leave him, Jonathan. This is sacred ground. Neutral territory.
Wonder how
And I
that
just
long
had
that's
the
going to
carpet
last.
cleaned. By the sacred stole, this is very bad news. Bad news indeed.
What happened?
The hospital has been attacked. We have injured patients, at least one dead and several missing. This has spiraled out of control. Even the most infirm are asking to be allowed to return home.
Confidence must be
We
restored.
cannot have the people lose faith in this institution.
Indeed.
This hospital is their only hope.
Of course, you're right. But we cannot afford a public scandal. It would ruin us. We must restore order and quickly.
covert.
You mentioned a dead patient. Who is he?
She, Jonathan. She was Miss Harriet Jones. I found her
Oh,
room in the
her!
slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere. The duty nurse is taking care of the mess.
Let's
Very
offer.
well. I'll help you.
I know this place means something to you. I have noticed how you suppress your appetite when around the staff and patients.
You need to know you can trust me, Edgar.
I do, dear fellow, I do.
Please then, tell me.
Sean Hampton, the man we thought we'd saved at the docks. It seems he was infected after all.
So Hampton became more beast than man.
Exactly. And now Guard of Prewen suspects the hospital of vampire activity. Do
Well,
you realize what that could mean
but it's
for
true.
us?
Do you really believe they would come for us here? In such a public venue?
McCullum is a fanatic. The Guard will stop at nothing. You don't know what they're capable of, Jonathan.
Very well. Since I brought Mr. Hampton here, I will put an end to this.
Well, that would have in any case happened, so... One thing that I do know is I would need to...
Sean Hampton lives and breathes for the well-being of his flock. There's no other place he would go but the docks.
That's true. But I do wonder... Okay, this area is healthy. This place is stable. Not sure. I need to actually make a turn here and actually help a couple of people. What's it? Colds, fatigue. I have enough. I should just make sure that I have enough fatigue. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 3 fatigues, 1 cold, and a treatment for. Oh, well, I was actually there. So let's see, what serums do I have? I have fatigue, migraine. I have 1. Headache, yes, 1. Yes, that's still good. Sepsis, anemia, fatigue 4. 2, 3. Yeah, I have enough. I'll just need to go. I'm going to go here to Whitechapel. Yeah, that's where I need to go. little bit of loading, but that's still fine. It's not the end of the world. I do not feel like fighting, really. Well, I could fight, but then it would just make life more difficult.
Sorry, sir, no admittance. Wouldn't come any closer.
Bugger, come on.
It's mine. I'll take it. Stop it!
Well, yeah. Effective. I have to say, it's quite effective. This way to another hideout. Well, that was easy, actually. Was that everybody? Yes. Oh, this is so much better. 15 stun. I can actually upgrade this one to have a lot more. I can actually use this one much further. I'm actually glad I found this. I mean, I can It's much better than the current steak that I have, common steak. Some ammunition. Let's see. Comrades. I haven't finished the series yet. And that's actually very interesting. I mean, it does have a lot of relevance to the current mission. But my mission at the moment is to actually just make sure that everybody has or is treated. Let's see, where am I actually? Okay, so that was a dead end, so I actually go out to the hideout. Thank goodness they can't see me. Not for long. Glad I swung by them. Didn't want to get into another unnecessary fight. Now I should just still be a bit more wary. Yep, that is the correct path. Thirty seconds.
There's safer places to be than here.
"17 seconds. That's going to kick out in a second. Sounds like a skull. Knew it. Why is that baby crying? 1 shilling, that's it. Yeah, they're not being paid very well. I should actually... Weird glitch, but okay. Still good. Yay, blood samples, that means more serums for myself. And you also had a bit something of here. Not really, no. Okay. Sweet. Well, it was interesting. I am getting better though. I mean, the abilities and the way that it moves, I am getting a bit more used to the speed at which things are moving. It's not butter smooth yet, but it's okay. It's manageable. In here, it is definitely a lot easier. This Econ is not... Finally! Much easier. Well, while I'm here, I can just as well craft whatever I need to. So this is light stamina. It's finished. Awesomeness, that's at least completed. Need more of a couple of things. I'm just gonna keep one of those. Ah, I can't make one of those. Still fine. 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4. Okay. Wait, while I'm here, actually, found this steak. Okay, I think that was the better option. 18 versus 23. That is tremendously better. Oh, just a lot better. That is an upgrade that I love. And as soon as I get more handle parts, I can increase its stun and stamina cost, and then yeah, have it just go a lot smoother. Common handle part, let's wait for that at least. These are at least much better. Bludgeon, I haven't really tried the bludgeon yet. Okay, so this one, the common barrel is 10, 16, so this is automatically a lot more. Good scythe, I can get it up to almost 170 if I go to the next level here. Nope, this is definitely the better option to then upgrade the common handle parts. But I'm just going to wait off until I have a little more to spend. So okay, that can be made into and that's going rather smoothly still. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, so get here, treat everybody that I can, go to the docks, continue with the mission. That should be fine. I need to see who's going to then be get fatigued. I think that's going to be one of the major things. I need to be able to rapidly make fatigue treatments. Darius. He's unhappy.
Good evening.
Sure.
Healthy. Okay.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
Rather not.
Someday.
Good evening, Zhao Shu.
Wang.
Healthy. Fine.
Goodbye for now.
I haven't been here before. Let's do another hideout.
How long have we known each other? We even used to be neighbours, for Christ's sake.
You
What do you want this time? To cure you. That's what I want.
Can I offer you my...
keep your medicine.
There is a thin line between pride and stupidity, sir.
All right.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
That's one.
Fancy buying something?
You never... Do you need help?
To be honest,
Two.
I don't quite agree.
really?
What does he have
Right
though?
then. Show me what you...
A couple of handle parts that I could use. These would go a long way in terms of upgrading my tools. They're just a bit expensive and I don't get enough coin at the moment to justify the means.
I know it's hard to believe, but this district...
Okay, let's see. Recovery, that's number 3. Then I need to find Benjamin Palmer. Okay, and then Loretta.
has always been wretched. Don't let your guard down, sir.
They're back in the streets, up in the streets again.
Good evening, Mr.
It's Father Whittaker.
Don't you fear getting...
Faith,
No doubt you're...
lest we...
I have found Samuel,
Let's
your
end this as well.
disciple. I am afraid I have bad news.
I already expected the worst.
More coin.
He should already have come back. He is dead, isn't he?
Yes,
Yep.
he is now. The epidemic took him.
Samuel steadily made donations to our cause. He would have rewarded you himself if you'd found me in that awful cemetery. Please accept this money.
Tobias Whittaker, confess
Didn't know
why
that was there.
you burnt those people alive.
I have done what no one...
You are just another...
No!
You're not the savior of London.
I take no pleasure in this...
Are you sure?
Why did you send Samuel to the...
I sent him on a vision.
Let's hear what he has to say.
A laughing queen dressed in blood. Tell me more.
This epidemic is her feast. The announcement of her return. Against her, science is no more than a child's toy.
Red Queen.
But who is she?
She is the mother of harlots and abomination of the earth. She is Babylon, drunk on the blood of the saints.
Why did you send Samuel to the cemetery?
I sent him on a vision.
You sent a man to die because of a stupid vision.
And one more.
Good evening.
His father.
Your disciple, Samuel, stole from the dead.
No! Samuel was the best of...
He defiled.
He defiled the dead with his petty thefts.
Think what you will.
Your...
Life in London. Has anything opened? No, nothing yet.
Have you recently...
If you propagate the devil's work,
Tell me,
God,
fire is...
your lag...
Your
My
I
son,
have
Joseph,
Vicar Larry,
would you...
also...
Quite a job.
You...
Full, and he would give a hell of a lot of experience. He has no relationships, but he is somewhat of a pillar in terms of the faith. If I remove him the moment, that would mean disaster for me. Because I'm going against the church, against the Prewin actively. And that would be a bit of a a bit of an issue to solve. But 2 more left to at least cure.
I am. What do you mean?
Also,
Quite a
well, you,
Well,
as a dog,
what do you mean?
the beast,
Really?
we must
What is left?
cleansing.
Okay, back.
I have had an...
Goodbye. Merchant is... I've seen that merchant. I need to get to here. Back to there. Quickest way is to do it through here. This part of the city. Recovering, that's Joe. He is healthy. I mean, being Econ and
Maybe it's time to see if this Christina is still working.
there we go, here she is.
Good evening.
Still a mystery, still a mystery.
Have you any news?
It seems her.
You look ill, miss. Well, there you are.
Thank you.
And let's trade.
I'd like to see what kind of med...
I do need more glass vials. 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. Ah.
Good evening, Ben.
I'm afraid not.
Have you any...
Not recent.
You don't seem well.
I always...
I can try to...
War.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper.
Okay, so according to here, everybody's going to be recovering. That's good. Everyone else is healthy, healthy. Have quite a bit of experience points here. Can be used. Came through here. I need to get through the other side. And now we need to head to the docks. This is a bit of a maze in any case. Yeah. Now what about the docks? What about it though? I mean, it is a bit... Healing is here. Anything else that I can analyze? No. Can take these apart at least. Anything I can craft, that's of value. At least have some of these. Two a bit more expensive ones. One is better than none. Well, I mean, two could work better. It's full, that's full. Healing people is giving me a lot more experience than what I thought. So it could be a viability actually to heal more than kill. I'm not getting a lot of experience from killing, to be honest. Straight path leading to a hideout or beyond. There's a hideout there. Should be able to go to the docks. Could go down this route, but I think this leads to this. This is the cemetery, I think. That's the cemetery. This is still in Whitechapel, so I can go to this part here. See what's going on through there. It's going to be a bit risky. It's closed off there, so it's still fine. Closed off. This is where I fought two brothers.
Watch out, boys!
Bugger. This ain't fun. The loading screens aren't fun.
Away with you!
Remember your vows, friends.
Over there! There's one of them vermin!
I hate the stun animation. It doesn't always seem nice. Well, I couldn't go through that route actually, so I had to go through Pembroke. Must have turned off some way. That's still fine. Dr. Tippett. Is there a way to turn off the rain in Vampyr? So I think that's eating the... Oh well, I don't know who you are. Migraine? Oh.
Good evening, sir.
Dr. Reed. So it's you who saved my friend Oswald.
And you are?
Newton Blight. Oswald and I recently returned from the war.
Why do you stay here now that Mr. Thatcher's back?
It's complicated.
Can you speak about them?
Rats, sir. Even seeing one.
You are always welcome at the
I'm not giving up on bringing Oswald back to the hospital.
Perhaps he needs to reach that distance.
Could you speak to him?
What can you tell me about the war, Mr. Blight?
War was...
Did you know Oswald Thatcher before?
No. We met in the battlefield.
I fought in France, too. I served as a...
Yeah.
What can you tell me?
War was...
Personal questions.
What caused your phobia?
It happened last year following an artillery attack.
Go on. I see.
No, you...
Do you need medical...
Afraid so.
Throughout history,
You're working at the...
Goodbye, Mr. Blight.
It's quick. Migraine.
Hello again, Mr.
Yes, this...
Life in London. Let's see.
Mr. Thatcher.
No. Since I came back from the war, I spent most of my...
I understand.
No.
Why were you locked in that sewer?
I went by the canal after an argument with...
Oh yeah, I saved him.
Got chased by these fucking wankers and had to barricade me.
Why did you run?
Newton wanted me to go to a hospital.
Tell me about your claustrophobia. Has anyone given you an official diagnosis?
That's what the bloody doctors said. But I don't...
Oswald,
What? I don't trust doctors. All they care about was their careers and pro...
your fear of being...
I've seen enough butchers in white coats to last a lifetime.
Do you want to talk about why you have this fear of being enclosed, Mr. Thatcher?
No, I really don't.
An irrational fear like yours is usually rooted in a specific
The war.
event. Perhaps it would help to talk about it.
Well, Doctor, take a guess then, if you're so interested in my case.
You got buried.
When I rescued you, you expressed joy at seeing the sky again. So I'm inclined to believe you were trapped or buried somehow. Maybe during a shelling.
Jeez, you're good, Doc. You're really good.
Go on, please. Tell me more about it.
Newton and I were trapped in a circulation tunnel after an artillery attack. We were buried alive for several days without ever knowing if we'd be found.
Oswald, tell me about what happened when you were buried in that tunnel with Newton.
It was more than dark. It was black as pitch. Hours seemed like days, and days like months. The terror, the shameful thoughts. Lord have mercy.
Shameful thoughts. Tell me about them.
At some point, I don't remember which day, but when I thought we'd never be rescued, that this would be our end, I thought about...
Ending it.
Say it, Mr. Thatcher. If you ever want to heal, you have to say it.
I thought about what I could do to survive. Just for a few more days.
Oh!
I thought about killing Newton. Killing and eating him. The man I fucking love.
What you endured was terrifying. It would have completely destroyed weaker men.
It did not destroy Newton.
Tell me about your true feelings for Newton.
I love him. I'm not ashamed to say it. He's the best thing that ever happened to me. I can't imagine life without him.
Why should you
Exactly.
be ashamed?
I'm not, I said. But Newton sees it differently.
I admire your honesty. It takes courage to stand up to society. The world needs people like you to create change.
Courage is what we needed in the trenches, looking death in the face every day. I speak plain. I speak my mind.
Have you always been this straightforward?
All I know is, before you saved me by the sewer, my only regret was I wouldn't be able to hold or kiss Newton again. I love him, that's all.
Okay, so that's everything.
Do you need...
Don't get me wrong.
I'm certain you have... Goodbye, Mr.
There has to be a way inside. I mean, this is the canal, and there has to be something that goes on. Spring. There has to be inside, a way inside there. Here's Newton. Let's chat to him, see what he has unlocked.
Hello again, Mr.
Good evening, Doctor.
Personal questions.
You and Oswald were buried alive during the war. Tell me about it.
Yeah. It was last summer.
Oswald seemed...
It wasn't the first time it happened to me.
How did you survive?
How did you survive for a week?
Luckily for us, there were rations and water in the tunnel. It was an outpost, see. Since then, Oswald's not keen on being inside for too long.
How do you feel about Oswald?
I love him. I love Oswald.
What frightens you so much?
If people find out, Oswald says I'm ashamed.
Enjoy your love. And enjoy life as long as you can, Mr. Blight. Don't let anyone tell you who you should love or how you should love them.
I appreciate your kind words, sir. But it ain't that easy. It's all so new to me.
Goodbye, Mr. Blight. Take care of yourself.
This city is more peaceful without the bombs, but no less dangerous.
Didn't see anything else.
Good evening.
Evening, Doctor.
Newton is conflicted about his feelings.
It makes me sad and angry. Feel
His love for you is genuine.
Newton still has to accept it.
Goodbye, Mr.
exactly? Okay, so I'm at the southern end. And the knife.
This must be Clay Cox's knife. A fine blade. No wonder he wants it back.
Kriwen. Skis? What?
Ain't safe here,
Work, download
Origins.
it,
It ain't
Basil.
human. Kill it! Over there!
Yes.
There's one of them vermin.
Chromecast by Theo. Dat is by in sy TV ingeplak, dink ek. Ek dink. Bugger. Well, that's number one. That is number one. So, I could go the entire circle, or I can get back to Clay Cox, hand him his knife, which he obviously wants. I have a feeling I might get that as a gift. Where am I? Okay, so I'm here, so I need to get across the bridge. straight forward and then turn right. I have a feeling it's going to load longer than it's going to.
It ain't human! Kill it!
It seems the Priwen are redoubling their patrols in the district.
That is true.
I must be more careful.
Here's this person. I wanted to make a comment about him, but
Hey, Doc.
I have found the...
In that case, you'll be properly rewarded, Doc. Clay Cox is a man of his word.
I hope that won't make me an accomplice to your future crimes.
Who knows what I might do now I feel invincible again?
What can you tell me?
All I know is
that's all that's been done. I'm at high level, all healthy.
I'll leave you.
Take 3 steps and load. Okay. I'm literally just trying to check if what I'm going to, if I'm doing something is affecting my ability to at least get a good quality picture out. Nothing as of yet. This is a bit creepy though. It is a little bit creepy, but it's still fine. Where am I? I should just turn around actually and head that way. Great. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, bugger. Merciful.
This is Braille. I need someone who can read this.
Indeed. Do you need someone who can read this? Bugger. They're not people, they're skulls. Form of Ekon. There we go. A bit softer. There we go. Now it's not as bright. A bit moody. Note to self, don't take on something that is 8 levels above you. Time being, run away. Please make it, please make it, please make it, please make it, please make it. There we go. There has to be a way that I can actually win against them. There has to be. Not really clean way to do it, but it's a stable way of doing it. Get all of those. Okay. Now I just need to wait. Increase my A lot more stamina. A lot stronger, or a lot more stun. Should I go to my firearm? I mean, could take them out easily. I won't have enough blood. They are recovering. Easy enough. That's one. That's two. And then here's number three. Let's save what I can.
Are you all right, sir? What are you doing in a place like this?
I'm not sure that's any of your business.
I hope you realize that staying here will put your life at great risk.
Pah! I'm not afraid of these guards of Priwen, or whatever these thugs call themselves. I can still kick some respect into those youngsters.
I wasn't specifically referring to them, but are you really after these men? Why?
They took my boy! I've had no news since he joined that crazy gang.
Oh.
So I decided to come and find him myself, to get some answers.
I see. But as I said, your life is at risk if you stay here. And I'm not referring to the gangs either. You should leave, sir.
Well, this part of town used to be nicer, let's say.
I
That's
am.
all right. This isn't the best way to save Andrew.
Ammunition. It's good. What next? What next? There we go. Anything else of significant importance? No. There. There. Ooh, okay, so someone level. I saw something.
There is a name engraved under the blood on the back of the case. Jack Gillingham. Maybe I should return this watch to his family.
That would be a good idea. That would be a very good idea. You can get a reward from it. Okay, so I've checked everywhere else. Drunkard. Wait, what just happened? Game glitch. Oh, I'm on the other side of the docks. I'm on the complete other side. This is where I first came in. Yeah, this is where when I first arrived. Loading again. Let's see. Anything else of significance? Ooh, chest. It's in here. Another poster. Same thing. Join the wall, I assume. Let's see, where is this leading? Up. There we go. Anyone in the area? Doesn't seem like it. Yay! No. I should cross the docks to the other side. Yeah. I am getting a bit lost with the lag. Still fine. Oh. Okay. And hello, new viewer. Not sure what your name is, but if you're enjoying the stream, seeing how I run around in circles. And lag away. Let's see what's in here. Oh.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Neither can I. Well, I did tell you to do it, so... See blood over there. Yay! Hide out. See what I can. Okay, nothing to analyze. Do I have anything to create? No. Let's not take a chance. Ah, dang. I can craft one of those, but that takes the same as those. I'd rather not spend it on there at the moment.
The sewer dog's fault, they say. Then the gangs, the epidemics,
Who are you?
everyone.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed. May I ask you a few questions?
Who are you? What do you want?
As I just told you, I'm a doctor. From the Pembroke Hospital, actually.
The Pembroke Hospital, you say? I ain't paying any bill left by Clay.
I'm not here to collect payment, miss.
Miss Edwina
Ooh!
Cox. So what do you want then? Fancy buying something from me, maybe?
You still use your husband's name, Edwina.
Why?
Why is that?
Why shouldn't I? He may be a bloody bastard, but I'm still his wife, and his name means something round here.
You never paid him a visit at the Pembroke Hospital, did you?
And I don't intend to. In Clay's case, I'm not against a medical mistake or a little help from the Spanish flu.
What can you tell me about your work?
I'm a businesswoman. I buy and sell things, and I send my wet boot boys after anyone who don't play nice with me.
Gang member and shopkeeper. Can't be easy running double shifts.
If you're interested, I may find use of a doctor who can freely walk across the city, you know.
I'm not interested in a career in the criminal
Neither am I.
underworld, Miss Cox.
Fair enough. Stay away from us then, if you don't want to get hurt or worse.
Since my return from the war, I don't feel that concerned by threats, knives, or even bullets, if you must know.
That's exactly what that stupid trade unionist claimed after he attacked one of us. Booth and I reminded him a bullet beats words every time.
You sure?
You're quite blunt, aren't
Big
you?
B.
I like people who know what they want and say what they think.
Huh. So she's a
This is time of
straightforward
great
lady, actually.
opportunity for those ready to embrace their destiny.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
You can't trust anyone around here.
Noted.
As soon as you lower your guard, you can be sure some arsehole will take advantage of you.
Really? Don't you think that's a little bit excessive?
Bastards, all of them. This region only responds to violence and threats.
You sound like you're thinking of somebody in particular.
Take the gravediggers of Southwark. They must pay me every week, but it looks like they forgot who gave them permission to steal from the dead.
Looting corpses in a mass grave.
My watch!
That is a new low.
Whatever. Hey, since you're a doctor and all, maybe you can access that forbidden area and remind those bastards what they owe.
Let's see. Healthy.
Tell me about the man you and Booth killed, Edwina.
The bastard killed one of us and received retribution.
Noted.
There's nothing else to say.
What happened exactly?
What happened exactly?
I don't know and I don't care. One of ours was killed by that communist bastard, but he didn't brag for long.
So you have no idea what really happened, but you executed him anyway.
No one messes with the Wet Boot Boys, Doctor. This is our territory, and this is our law.
Are you sure about that?
And your conscience is clear. You kill without
Well,
hesitation.
obviously they do.
Violence is an efficient tool, Dr. Reed, when used properly.
So you decide who lives and who dies. Just
Clearly.
like that.
Yes, Doctor. Just like that. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm saying it's my way of dealing with troublemakers.
Can I see what...
As long as you have money.
Okay, so bullets, handles, and one more thing. So she's a,
Good evening, Miss Cobb.
Hello again, Doctor.
and
I'm looking for Mr. Sean Hampton. Do you know where I could find him?
The sad saint. I heard he was mugged or something.
Yes, he was. But he left hospital recently.
You don't say.
left.
Well, I suppose it's good news for the homeless and the useless. Ask them, they must know something.
Goodbye, Miss Cox.
Without the wet boots keeping things straight, these parts will be running completely amok.
Mark my word.
Not a drop of blood left in his body. This is the work of a vampire.
I'm a tracker of these creatures. A vampire hunter.
You best be off to your hunting then. For if the sewer dog is back and hunting all these poor folk, he needs a catching.
A sewer dog?
Oh.
What's it look like?
It's an old story. A monster with daggers for teeth and icy claws. He comes of a sudden, nighttime, claiming innocence, then vanishes.
I took out the sewer dog.
Teeth, claws, murders by night? Your sewer dog is my business. He's the kind of prey I hunt, milady.
Evening, miss.
Well, I never. That's a...
I'm much more myself than when we first met.
Welcome back to the Turquoise Turtle then, Doc.
Let's see, anything about the docks?
What can you tell me about
Yes.
this area?
People don't appreciate that line of questioning round here. You best be more careful with what you say, sir.
You look concerned, Miss Cavendish.
This is a bad borough. Most people I know are afraid. Most locals will rob you blind, or worse. You best mind your step.
So you and your friends all feel in danger? No exceptions?
Tom's the only exception I've come across until now. But
Doubting?
he's not like everybody else.
Let's ask.
This place seems, how shall I put it, very colourful. I'm sure it has plenty of stories to tell.
We get people of all sorts here. It's that rare place in the docks where you can have a drink without being murdered. At least it's not happened yet.
So this bar is neutral territory then?
Yeah. Tom's convinced this is something the locals need. No one ever
Hello?
draws a weapon here. That's one of the reasons I accepted
Tack
the
snöd
job.
alltså. Så nöjd med.
Your boss must be quite the negotiator to force such an agreement.
Yeah. Tom's a great bloke.
Mr. Hampton, who runs the night asylum, he's the only other man that's able to keep peace around here.
Ooh. That's a bit difficult.
Sabrina, tell me about your true feelings for your boss.
I love Tom. Not ashamed of it. Don't care if the customers joke about it, neither.
But does he love you?
Does Tom love you?
Yeah, but he's always reluctant to take it further. It's not because I'm younger, or because of the colour of my skin. He hates jokes about us.
Who's mocking?
Who's mocking you?
I mean, we're always together. People will talk, won't they?
Okay, I just need to go get something to eat. I'll be right back. The stream will be running for a bit, but don't worry about it too much. It will all be fine. Performance, Zebra. Should run smooth a bit. Be right back. I'm back. I'm back. I had a bit of fish. Actually quite pleasant. It really is. How does the meme go? Okay. Where are you from?
Excuse my curiosity, but where exactly are you from, Miss Cavendish?
Something bothering you? What, my name? Or my complexion?
Believe me, I never judge someone on their place of birth or the color of their skin.
If that's true, you'd be one of the few not to make fun of me. Just you, Tom, Dyson, Miss Fishburne, and of course Mr. Hampton.
I'm sorry if I worried you. I was just curious to find out if you know this part of town well.
Nosy. My dad was a sailor from Bombay, and my mum was a maid born up in Glasgow. They got married in London, and here I am.
Miss Cavendish, would you be willing to help me locate Sean Hampton?
You better ask Tom, sir.
Why not answer me directly?
We respect the privacy of our customers here, sir. Only Tom can decide who to speak to and what he'll say to them.
Goodbye, Miss Cavendish.
Good evening, sir. Have you witnessed any suspicious...
And what do you define as a stray?
My name is Ichabod Throgmorton. Vampire...
A vampire?
I know what you're thinking.
Mr. Throgmorton, I'm
a man of science!
Yes, enlighten me.
What can you tell me about this neighborhood?
Did you hear about what happened to Jack Gillingham? Oh boy. It's a shame I wasn't around to protect him.
Wow.
It's impossible to protect everyone. The violence seems endemic in this part of town.
But it's my duty. I am convinced Jack Gillingham was killed by a vampire. These evil rodents are spreading like a plague.
So, how exactly are you protecting these people? I'm curious.
I patrol late at night.
Okay.
Investigating anything unusual. I try and encourage people to stay indoors, but people are careless.
How do you identify?
How do you identify a
that's important
vampire?
in
It's
our
simple,
case.
really. They can't stand daylight. They're afraid of garlic and holy symbols. They also cannot enter a house without being invited.
Have you ever killed one of these creatures? Yourself, I mean.
Of course I have. What kind of question is that? It's a dirty business, believe me.
Can I help in any way?
Actually, yes. I plan to put up posters to alert the population to the vampire threat.
Are you asking me to paste posters about vampires around the docks?
If you wouldn't mind. If you did that, then I can focus on my patrols.
Have you heard of the Guard of Priwen?
Of course. They're dedicated hunters. A little militant for my taste, but they do let anyone join.
Were you ever tempted to join the Guard yourself?
I did think about it, but I'm more of a silent hunter. They're more of a sanitary militia.
So you hunt alone? That sounds risky.
Vampires are just like every other predator. They hunt when they're hungry and follow certain patterns. It's just a matter of observation and patience.
I'm looking for Sean Hampton. Can you help me, Mr. Throgmorton?
The sad saint? He should be at his night asylum at this hour. But I cannot tell you how to find it, sorry.
Really? Why is that?
It's nothing personal, Doctor. I'm sure your intentions are good, but people who sleep there, they have plenty of reasons to hide.
Who can help me?
Maybe at least you can tell me who could help me find him.
Tell you what, go and chat with Tom
Second
Watts.
person to tell it.
He's a bartender and good judge of character. If he talks to you, then it's fine by me.
I could make you tell me, but I respect your refusal. You really believe Sean is a saint, don't you?
All I will say is this. Gossip has it that when he was a child, he was molested. By a priest of all people. Funny thing is, though, it only strengthened his faith.
Goodbye for now, sir.
Goodbye.
I hope I live long enough to see them what's coming to them.
With the epidemic, no one dares go outside.
Good evening, sir.
Whatever.
Don't you recognize?
Don't take it, Pet.
Yes.
I'm Dyson the...
What do you do for a living, Mr. Delaney?
I drink. I drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night. And then I drink some more.
Don't you work at all?
I'd love to, but I don't have the time. Didn't I tell you? Drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night.
Oh, alcoholic.
Why do you drink so much?
Maybe it's because I prefer dying slowly. Death can be so abrupt. Personally, I like to see mine coming at my own pace.
You sound very sad, sir.
That's because I am, Doc.
Jeez, this guy's eating a lot of.
Is there anything
things
in particular that you like about this part of town?
Dr. Reed is eating
Except
a lot
for
of
the cheap drinks, I mean.
How dare you say such a thing? I love this neighborhood.
a lot of criticism.
So friendly, so joyful.
Why are you so cynical?
Cynicism is the polite way to express despair, Doctor.
No reason at all to rejoice, then? Life is hopeless and then we die, is that it?
Let me tell you a story.
All right, go on.
All right. Go on.
A few years ago, when I believed a resolute man could change things around here for good, a tragedy occurred nearby.
What kind of tragedy?
It was a bomb. Bomb that exploded and killed many people. Metal and blood everywhere. Shouts, fire, broken window of the shoe shop, the torn street light.
You lost people you loved that day, didn't you?
I've lost everything. But you know what the worst part is? I don't even remember where it happened. I've drunk so much to forget it. And now I can't remember where it was. I can't pay my homage to the dead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Delaney.
Reason
okay.
why not to drink alcohol.
If you ever find the place, just leave a flower for me there. Even if you tell me where it is. I'm not sure I'd memorize it.
Is there anything in particular that you like about this part of town? Except for the cheap drinks, I mean.
How dare you say such a thing? I love this neighborhood. So friendly.
Cynical
so
again?
joyful.
No reason at all to rejoice, then? Life is hope.
Let me tell you.
Another time.
Okay, this is about the town.
Surely you must have had dreams.
Sure. I wanted things to change. To really change. And to change for good. The bigger the dream, the harder the fall.
Do you really think the world is that bad?
No, I believe we all can choose to make it better. But most of us are too weak, too corrupt and too guilty. I failed for sure, but others will come.
Sounds like you were an idealist, which is honorable.
No, sir. I was an anarchist and I believed that exclusive property is a robbery in nature. I wanted a new world to rise from the ashes, Dr. Reed.
I want to know more about your past as an anarchist, Dyson.
I'm still an anarchist, Doctor, make no mistake. I just reject violence as a tool to change the world, unlike my comrades.
Do you believe in a bloodless revolution, then?
I do not believe in much anymore, Doctor. But I'll admit I like your idea of peaceful change. I like it a lot.
Do you still see your comrades, then? Even if you don't agree with their methods anymore, I mean.
No.
Pre-win might be.
I hope they'll come to
anarchist.
share my point of view one day. I'll raise my glass to that splendid idea.
I'm looking for Mr. Sean.
I really don't know.
Who could tell me?
About the sad saint.
Goodbye.
Oh, wait, yeah, before I forget.
Good evening, Mr. Delaney.
What?
Inebriation aside.
Yes.
Take this.
Hey, Doc, you don't really want me...
Goodbye. Good evening, Tom.
Good evening, sir.
You remember me?
Of course I do. You'll...
Thank you for your...
I'm still...
When I ask questions.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
It's not that bad. Thanks to people like the sad saint of the East End.
Who?
Sean
Okay.
Hampton, our own private holy figure.
So each
Few are
section has a
foolish
holy
enough to
figure.
make peace with the gangs. Sean is one of them.
How is it you can keep this place open? This part of town doesn't seem particularly safe.
Well, since everybody needs a drink, my pub is considered neutral ground by most groups.
I see. So you get pressure from all sides about how this place should be run, do you?
Or something like that. Nothing that a few wise words and a bottle of gin can't solve.
You're something of a figurehead around here.
I'm only pouring alcohol for everyone to forget their troubles. Sean Hampton is the one giving them long-term hope.
Since I'm here, is there anything I can do?
Well, perhaps, Doctor. Peace partly depends on my stock of gin. With the epidemic, my supplies are running low.
How could a physician help you in this matter?
I have a small warehouse just past the quarantine line. Perhaps, with you being a doctor, you could go there and come back?
Doctors aren't immune to disease, you know. Very well. Show me where it is. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, thank you, sir. Here's the key to get in. You're about to save many dry throats.
Why does your waitress feel in danger working on the docks?
This part of town is dangerous for all, but for women it's worse, as always. Sabrina is a brave girl, but she can't help feeling in danger.
Do you think she has good reason to feel this way? Are you not worried about her safety?
Of course I am. The truth is, she's tougher than me deep inside. She just has to learn to control it.
Sabrina seems very fond of you, Tom.
I like her too, I really do. I know I'm her boss, and I'm much older and all. But I like her, for sure.
What is bothering you, then?
Sabrina is an angry one. She wears it like a coat. I'm not sure I can make her shed that anger. It hurts to see her like that.
When
Tom,
finally.
I need to find Sean Hampton as quickly as possible. I've been told you could help me.
I heard the sad saint was recovering at Pembroke Hospital. Did he leave or something?
I believe he returned to his flock. Can you confirm that?
Oh, I bet you're right. Sean can't help but worry about the poor and sick. Oh, I guess it has something to do with what happened to him as a baby.
Please, tell me.
Well, I don't like to gossip, but I heard that the sad saint was abandoned as a baby in front of a Catholic orphanage in Dublin. It would explain his faith and need to help everyone.
The important thing is I find him. Quickly.
Why not try his night asylum? He takes care of those who need a meal or a roof there.
Where is it?
It's in an old warehouse, northwest of here. Just follow the bank to the west and go north when you reach the end of the pier.
Okay.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
So few clients. What with the epidemic, no one dares go outside.
You still want...
Goodbye, Miss.
Times like these, a good drink's just as likely to cause a problem as to solve one.
I feel like something is there. Right at the back.
I hope I live long enough to see them.
With the epidemic, no one dares go outside.
Huh.
Cursed or not, he's just another.
Anything else of note? Yet. And find this lady. Recovering. I don't know who they are. If I can keep as many as possible people alive, should at least mean something. That's where I found a body last time. Cool investigation. Large beast. Nope. Not right now. I've been through there once and I'm not going through there again. No. Let's see, who are you? Who's this oak? Or who's this bloke?
Hello, boy.
Oh.
Hello. Good evening.
Did I scare you? You have nothing to fear from me.
No, it's just that people prefer to avoid me.
Well, I won't. I'm a doctor.
My name is Rufus, sir. Rufus Kingsbury.
What do you do around here, Rufus?
I listen to the news on the docks, sir. And I smile at those kind enough to spare me a bob.
In recent rumors?
What do people say about this place?
Things have been tense between the wet boot boys and the communists. They both feel they should run the docks.
Do you have a job?
Do you have a job?
It's hard to work, what with my head and all. Since I was a boy, I've always had trouble remembering what I do and why I do it.
Okay, so memory loss. Anemia, I can treat him.
What can you tell me about this region?
It's all about staying out of trouble. But since most people prefer to avoid me, it's pretty easy.
Have you ever thought about leaving?
Where else would I go? At least I know these streets and some people around here. This is my city, for better or worse.
Why do people avoid you?
They call me Rufus the Cursed.
Why?
Around here, I'm a bit of a bad luck charm.
Why?
Are you alone? Where is your family?
I don't have any. My parents are dead.
So you have no home? You're sleeping rough?
No. I mean, yes. I live on the streets. I have no home.
This city has abandoned so many of its children.
It's true.
Tragic.
Well, I've known worse. I'm not all alone. I have Mrs. Fishburne. She's been very kind to me.
Why do you think she's so considerate?
I can't say, sir. I guess she's a good soul. Sometimes it's like she replaces the mother I lost, even if we're not related.
Ask about Sean.
Do you know a man who lives in this part of town? I'm
sorry, sir. I don't know a lot of folks around here.
Well, I don't think you should talk to him. He may be very sick.
Let's warn him in any case.
Thanks for the tip. You might want to check the turquoise turtle.
So long, Rufus. Be careful. Evening, Rufus.
Evening, Mr.
Do you need help?
A real doctor.
A real doctor treats
I
everything.
don't know what to say.
So long, Roof.
There you go. Covering patient. You sound healthy. Okay, so that's Rufus. Rufus. That's obviously a clue to something. We're in a way through. Screws. There is something down there. I just need to find a way to get to there. Get low. Can't enter, so there has to be another way. Fishburne. That's what group is. Let's ask. Let's see what's let's see what's let's inquire.
Good evening, madam. I'm Dr. Reed. Could I come in?
Why? What do you want?
I work at the Pembroke Hospital. I'm investigating the flu epidemic in this area.
Oh, the Spanish flu. Well, that's quite liberal of you, Doctor. But this is no time to be knocking at people's doors.
The disease takes away the good people too, madam. Why not let me in?
It's Mrs. Fishburne. Stella Fishburne. And yes, indeed. Why not let a doctor in?
Exactly. Mesmerize. I'm not going to do anything to her.
Please don't stay too long, sir.
Let's see.
So you have questions?
Yes.
Forgive my
How is life
Let's
around here?
start with the obvious.
Life has always been hard in the East End. But it's everywhere nowadays, isn't it?
Do you think the increase in violence has anything to do with the epidemic?
Don't know. But it's most likely linked to the gangs, if you ask me. Recently, it's like everyone has had to pick a side.
Violence has always fed on poverty, don't you think? It's a cruel law of the human condition.
And selfishness is their rotten fruit. These days, you can just die in the gutter and no one will bat an eye.
May I ask what you do for a living, Mrs. Fishburne?
Since my husband died, I worked at the Dawson Rope factory, but it closed before the war. I occasionally help at the night asylum, in exchange for food.
Ooh.
Did your husband die in the war?
Oh no, my Jack was a docker. He died when my Seymour was just a lad. The poor boy saw his dad slip and fall from that scaffolding.
How do you? Yeah.
How do you pay the rent then?
My Seymour works at the docks, just like his dad. He's very attached to the house he grew up in. It's not always easy, but we get by all right.
Everybody does what they can.
The orphan that regards you as a mother. Please tell me about him, Stella.
You mean Rufus? I wish I could do even more for the poor boy. Most people are so selfish.
But you're not.
Years may have passed, but I haven't forgotten how it feels to go through days with nothing but an empty stomach.
Anything there? Anything there?
I'm trying to locate Mr. Sean Hampton. Do you know where he could be?
You talking about the one everyone calls the sad saint? The man who takes care of the homeless?
The very same, Miss Fishburne.
I'm sorry. I don't know where his shelter is. But if you ask around, I'm sure you'll get your answer.
Healthy. Okay. She's going to suffer
Goodbye,
from
Miss
fatigue
Fishburne.
very quickly.
Take care of yourself.
I'm not sure the epidemic is what worries people most these days.
What's an old lady doing with grease and springs? Bit of a maze, this London. Unknown, who are you? Who are you? Let me find out.
Maggots and liars.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Why must it always be a good evening?
I was just being polite.
Immediately.
I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you some questions, if I may.
Don't like questions. Or doctors. And the name is Seymour Fishburne, if you must know.
Connection.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
A shithole filled with maggots. Liars and thieves, all of them.
Are you thinking about someone in particular?
No. Hate them all. Especially these petty, whining little shitbag beggars.
Wonder why.
Is there no one who deserves your leniency then?
Well, Tom from our local is somewhat of a decent bloke. At least, unlike most maggots, he knows how to listen without opening his trap.
What's your occupation?
I take care of my mum. That's what I do. She's the only good thing in my life. Even though I don't treat her so good.
You seem upset. Is something bothering you?
I lost the necklace I bought her. I'm a fucking idiot. A worthless idiot.
How so?
Sometimes it's hard to be a good son.
I just wanted to smile. No, I was thankful for her patience, appreciated like... God knows she deserves it.
Any chance you can help me find Sean Hampton?
The sad saint. Why would you talk to that cunt?
Actually, that's confidential.
Really? Well, go ask someone else then. I'm sure Tom Watts will gladly answer you.
Oh, he already did.
Do you require... I don't know which kind of doctor you're used to dealing.
And is it your purpose?
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne.
I can feel it coming in my bones. The hatred. A wave of a bit of death.
So now I'm at the docks, at least, so I can get to here.
This is a slaughterhouse.
Indeed it is. Woohoo.
It's locked. From Seymour to my beloved mother, Stella. Fishburne, that sneaky bastard.
Indeed.
It's locked, all right.
This slaughterhouse. Fishburne's actually going to answer for what he did.
Every night in the darkness, and every dawn another death.
Good evening.
Yeah.
I have retrieved the gift for your mother, sir.
Great. Give it here then and take this for your trouble.
I also found the corpses. The ones under which you left the necklace, Mr. Fishburne.
Ah, so that's where I left it. I can be a bit stupid sometimes.
Have you no remorse? You don't even deny your crimes.
I have many weaknesses, Dr. Reed, but lying about who I am ain't one of them.
You're not a mindless animal, Seymour. Surely you have something to say about these murders. Speak up and I will listen without judgment.
Could be right, Dr. Reed. Maybe it'll do some good to confide in a gentleman like you. You being educated and all.
Did you take pleasure in killing them, Seymour? All those people, all those lives extinguished.
I take no pleasure from it. Just gives me peace. Stills the anger. For a time.
Don't you think you should seek help? Talk to someone you trust, someone who cares about you.
No. And don't dare speak about me to your colleagues either. Keep your mouth shut tight. Especially about my mum.
This rage you feel, have you ever been able to control it? Resist it?
I tried. For my mum, I tried for her. Telling the truth made me feel better. For a while.
So she knows about their murders.
Tell me about your victims, Seymour. Who were they? Why them? Was there a link?
Why should there be? They just kept getting on my nerves at the worst times, that's all.
How many? How many victims?
It's not like I keep records. It happens when it happens.
You feel nothing, do you? No empathy for your victims at all?
You seem pretty calm yourself, don't you?
We're not talking about me.
All right. Well, our calm's the only thing we have in common then.
Why is your mother protecting you, Seymour?
I'm her son. She's the only one who knows me. Sometimes.
I understand you love her, but can't you see the awful situation you've put her in?
Do you think my mum would have a better life if I were dead? She seems so sad to know me sometimes.
I understand your mother's situation. Obtaining justice at the price of betraying her own flesh. It's quite a dilemma.
It might be my mum's wish that I end up swinging from a hangman's noose. But she wouldn't want to be the one who ties a knot round my neck.
Just one more thing missing. How'd they get here?
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne.
He probably has the key, or his mother does. So, Rufus.
Good evening, Mrs. Fishburne. May I come?
Of course.
Now she is gonna have an earful.
Please don't stay too long, sir.
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
There we go.
What can I do?
Stella, I know you are ashamed of your son's crimes. So why do you protect Seymour?
I can't report my own son, can I? Not a burden I could bear.
Burden? How do you mean?
They'd hang him for sure. I won't send my only son to his death.
Can't protect.
I understand your pain, but you cannot mother him forever.
If someone ever found the courage to speak to the police, I will take my share.
So I'm just laughing about another situation.
Tell me
that's all.
about these demons Seymour needs your help to fight.
Seymour used to be such a happy child. And he is still a helping son most of the time. But when he gets angry, he can hardly contain his rage.
All men and women are born innocent, Mrs. Fishburne.
Yes, I agree.
But there can be a monster within any of us.
Do you think he can be cured, Doctor?
No.
Do you think something can extinguish this rage inside my Seymour?
There is no cure for murder, Mrs. Fishburne. Only justice.
There ain't no hope then. Somehow, somewhere, my son has turned into a
Yes,
monster.
he has.
And nothing will bring him back.
Your son's gone way beyond simply bullying people. He has a taste for blood, and you know it, don't you, Stella?
One night, he told me straight up, in his own words. It was several days after one of his episodes.
Did Seymour tell you everything that night?
More than I could stand. The words he used to describe his hate, his rage, how he feels when he's done it.
Why did he confess? Did you suspect something?
No. I guess he wanted his old mum to help him fight his, demons.
Goodbye, Miss...
Please don't stay too long, sir.
Okay, so this is clear, but dark. Blood. I need to be able to see them, it seems. Let's check that I am equipped for this. Most amount of stun, light blood serum. Okay, serums are in. 200 healing cost. What's the cost though? Recovery. Okay. Shadow Veil. I'm nearly armed to the teeth, so to say.
Seems like the guard of Prewen is on Sean Hampton's trail too.
What?
Want some of this?
There's going to be a bit of a difficult fight. Little bit difficult, so I need to go make sure I can. So the 5 ability and or my ultimate ability, I need to make sure that I use it a bit more often. Abilities / works. Distance doesn't work. Hiding won't work really. What will work? What will work? Damaging him will do. Stunning him really won't do much. I need to stun or be able to stun at least effectively. I know I can't progress without taking them on. Let's get to here. I can put a lot of damage down range quickly with this. Let's try it and see what happens. And I have 19 bullets. 2 there, yes. 3 Shadow Mist. Okay, cool. Shadow Veil won't really work in this case. Let's try Blood Spear. See what happens.
Stupid beast!
5.
Eat this!
Easier than I think, but I'm using a lot of ammunition. Yep, no. Ammunition, I just wasted my ammunition. What do I do? Stunning them works a lot better. I don't like it when they are multiple people. I mean, that gets difficult, especially for the frame rate. So no, this won't work. Bleed absorption, but this would just stun. I could really go ham on them. I mean, it's a lot more damage that's being put. Is there a hideout nearby? Oh, no, it's a large beast. I don't want to go down that route. Is there another way up? Possibly. Skull over there.
It's locked,
nope,
all right.
Can only go from one angle.
Get your weapons ready! We found one!
Ah! I hate the fire. I hate the way they put the fire. And it's so slow. It's so slow, it's so laggy. Bugger.
Another disgusting freaking vampire do. I can't say, but whatever did this, carefully avoid the junction. We had found ourselves a bloody ark. Watch yourselves! There's one of them!
Bugger! There's no hideout that I can get to close by. Well, hideout that I know of. It would increase my blood, health, and stamina considerably. That's what I would increase, but I still have one more thing to try. And that's the scythe. Let's try it try the scythe. Let's check on the map. No, there's no hideout close by. None. I'm trying to refrain from using any serums. Can't find her. Something tells me she's not well. Gillian, Enoch Cox. There's a couple of. Solved. Solved.
Watch yourselves! There's one of them! Out this Watch the leech, boys! Want some of this?
Three shots of fire and he's got me. I don't have enough blood to get him. I need to upgrade up my abilities. Let me go find a hideout. Let me see if I can find a hideout to be at, which could actually then let me spend a couple of experience points. I think that's something that I need to do. Talk to her, talk to them. Covering. Purpose, see more. Though it will be an evening, I do not I think that's the issue. This route I'm obviously going to take. $200 experience. $2,000, sorry. Moments. Short thing to do. Six, 12. And I'm done. Before doing anything, let me go to the bottom and actually onto the aunt at the bottom, spend some coin. And get some weapon parts.
Good evening, Miss.
Hello again.
Can I see what...
As long as you have money.
Don't need the rest, I have enough. 3. Let me see, do I get...
Good evening, Miss Cox.
Hello again.
Personal questions. F. Z.
Goodbye, Miss Cox.
Ah.
Pleasure, sir. It's been a while since we've seen anything.
Please go outside.
It's a good thing you cannot see me now, Mum.
Welcome back.
Do you need any...
I'm all right, Doc.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
There's gotta be something can be done to get out of this bullshit.
I should have
mess.
offered a drink to the boy. Be he cursed or not, he's just another lost orphan.
But now everything seems under control, more or less.
Don't forget to keep an eye out for this guard of something, sweet. My guess is they're recruiting for some vengeance.
In the meantime, the boys are waiting for our...
Good evening, sir.
Who the fuck are you?
Dr. Jonathan
Sam.
So you won't?
The name is Booth Digby. Maybe.
Finally, some personal questions.
Are you some kind of vigilante patrolling these streets at night?
Something like that, but the police aren't in charge.
So you're a concerned criminal.
Using funny jokes about me and my boys, are you? Fuck. You must have some balls.
I saw many men like you during the war, Mr. Digby. Greedy little cockroaches who feed on despair.
I could kill you for saying that. But, nah. You've been a soldier. I can respect that.
So, tell me about your...
What? Have you got a death wish? You really want me to answer that?
Well, yes. You seem so proud of your status. Why not tell me who you're working for?
Oi! I'm the boss, all right? The Wet Boot Boys work for me. All of them. Situation round here is better than other districts because of us. Because of me.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
Things ain't that bad, thanks to us. We give people what they need, and we control this borough.
Well, you're not doing a very good job. People are still dying here, like everywhere else.
Yeah, well, we can't be everywhere all the time. And Edwina says if we can find more guns, we could be more efficient.
More efficient? Really? You should probably tell Edwina that guns are useless against diseases and infections.
Incredible. You know what? You're lucky she can't hear you right now. She's more smart than patient. My sweet queen of the docks.
Tell me about the man you killed, Booth. What happened?
One of us had been killed, so we had to retaliate. That's the whole story.
There has to be more to it than that.
No, really. One of us got killed, so the killer had to die. That's how things have always been done round here. No one gives a shit.
Are you so heartless that you could pull the trigger and kill someone without even blinking?
Have you looked around recently? Do you really think one more body will make a difference?
Tell me about the man.
One of us.
There has to...
No, really.
Are you so...
Have you looked...
It's the last one there. Life in London, did that.
Do you know...
The sad saint. Why?
He was one of my patients.
Oh, yeah. I heard the poor bastard.
So, again.
Goodbye.
40? But at least...
For now, everything seems under control.
110.
Don't forget to keep an eye out for this guard of something.
Good evening, Miss...
Hello again.
Booth Digby looks at you with love-struck eyes. Tell me, Edwina, is the feeling mutual?
You have no idea how refreshing it can be for a woman to receive all the pleasure she needs. For once.
I'll take your word for it.
What is it, Doctor? A woman's not supposed to talk about these things.
I'm not that easily shocked, Miss Cox. You can speak freely about your lover if you so wish.
The poor bastard is good to me, if you must know. He makes me feel good. And that's a first.
So you're just like any other couple, after all, are you not?
Yeah, we're so ordinary that I'd put a bullet in his head if he ever cheated on me.
Goodbye, Miss Cox.
Yay! Finally!
Pleasure, sir. It's been a while since we've seen any new faces round here.
You can do 720. It's not enough to take them out at once. This one's 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 6,000. I am using this quite a bit more. Cost is lower, so I can do this a lot more, but I still need to have a lot more blood. Blood and health. Body. Endurance. Need to survive. I'm doing the capacity. I need to make sure that the amount of thirst 300, then I need to increase the capacity that I have in order to do a lot more damage. And that will be it for me at the moment. Yes, that's gonna be it. Yep, that's it. Cool. Okay. Yes, sanitized. That's good. Still stable, because I don't know what's happening there. Now I can go and try and defeat this boss. That's going to even work. No, I'm going to defeat this boss. Let me not doubt. I am going to defeat this boss. I think doubt is a very big enemy. I am going to defeat this guy. I need to understand how and where. Upgrade my potential. This isn't going to be as bad, I think.
Another disgusting the freaking vampire thing. I can't say, but whatever did this.
Okay.
See them fancy clothes? This one's
Kill it or you deserve.
Dang. Dang. I have to get a lot more blood. And after this, I can upgrade the stake. I should have done that earlier. I should have, yeah.
something.
See them fancy clothes? This one's a top! Die! Stop it, legs!
Dang. Dash it. I'm gonna try again. Let's go again. Let's go again. Took some blood, but that's expected. Five. Got him. And reveal the blood. There we go.
The wounds on this corpse are deep. The result of rabid rage. If this is Sean's doing, he's become a murderous beast.
Should I... Where's the other... Here we go. Some loot. Let's explore, see what loot is here to be gotten. And now the skulls. There, anything at the top? Nothing at the top. Okay, nothing there. Same thing here. Nothing down there. There, nothing. I'm going to have to fight them one way or another. Some upgrade. Oh, it's nice. Something is telling me to go somewhere, but I don't know where. Find Sean Hampton. Where do I go? Okay, the only other way is around. Be wary. Allow me to feed. Here we go. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh well, it works. Nice, nice.
This poor man has just been slaughtered by a vampire. The body's still...
Yes. I agree. I agree completely. One. Oh, bugger. Bugger. So I need to fight those bugs, skulls again. Or shall I call them lesser Ekon? I think lesser Ekon is the better word for them. Because they're not completely whole Ekon. If that makes sense. But it is somewhat entertaining, at least, to see what's happening now that things are moving a bit smoother, but it's a slow process. Very slow process. Okay, just that. See, are there any more loot? Okay, no, once the loot's gone, it's gone. No, it has to be around there. The downside of having more stamina is it takes longer to recharge. And more blood takes a lot more, so I need to increase the amount of blood I get. Oh, that. Executioner. It's not very kind, is it? It's like this place is swarming with. The end of the dock, so I need to get to there. Well, best method would be to exchange number 4 again to the Shadow Veil.
Take a breath of this. Want some of this?
No, I don't. I don't actually. we go. What's in here there? Nice, nice. Okay, shotgun shells. Can't go up there. Don't really want to defeat every single bloke. Oh. It's far away.
Over there! There's one of them.
Not in the mood. I wasn't in the mood. Not in the mood to pick 17 billion fights. Okay, Prewin. Get out. Nothing of note. Any hideouts nearby? There should be. Must be one or two hideouts somewhere. Night shelter. Okay. It's a bit morbid, but we get some supplies. Let's not go through there. Oh no, rather than not. Dingy. Cool. At least great. Where's the next round? 5 shillings. Not really a lot, but it's something at least. Screws, more shillings. Vials. Urethane bags. Oh boy, no. Not really anywhere else to go, is there? Oh.
I can't protect the whole city.
Who is this?
It's hard enough to cover the docks by
Good evening,
Oh.
Mr. Throckmorton.
Dr. Reed!
Goodbye. And good hunting, Mr. Throckmorton.
Who are you?
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Good evening, sir.
Have we met before?
No.
That's quite judgmental.
Sir, I've led enough strikes when I had a job to
May I ask what you do for a living?
I'm killing myself scraping for a
Ah.
living. And you? Have you ever had to struggle in your entire life?
As I told you, I'm a doctor.
Oh.
Why such hatred? Are you judging?
Of course I am. Fuck, you're so blind. You don't even see your privilege. Lazy people like you disgust me.
What can you tell?
Tell you what.
If you have something to say,
Oh.
if you have something to say, say it. I'm getting
This lady.
tired of all this.
Oh.
This lady.
You want information instead? Well, here's some for you. Giselle Paxton does not like you at all, Doctor.
You don't know me, Miss Paxton, and yet you see me as an enemy.
Your manners, your clothes, your words tell me everything about you, sir. I know your kind, and you don't belong here.
Oh no, Miss Paxton, you really don't know my kind. You have no idea who I am.
All right, okay. No need to
Oh,
get all
speaking.
worked up.
Says who? Says who?
You speak of strikes and class enemy. Am I right to assume you're involved in trade union activism?
You bet I am. Well, I was. Nowadays, I'm just another worker blacklisted by the big companies.
You lost your job because of your beliefs.
Those bastards really hate a worker who refuses slave wages and unsafe conditions, especially when it's a woman.
Isn't the whole point of trade unions to help workers in need? Why don't they support you?
A few nights back, I lost the money my companions had asked me to hide. With me and my sister being penniless, they thought I stole it.
What really happened?
I drank too much that night. Strange men saw me count the money in that bar. Some sort of militia in uniform. I'm sure they robbed me.
I'm looking for Sean Hampton.
What is it you want? Does he owe you money? Has he displeased your Royal Highness? I'm no snitch, Mr. Fancy.
Well,
You would not be missed. There's Mr. Sean. Found him. Ah!
People are still working at this time, while you're lot slurping soup before bed. I know I promised you I'd make everything right.
I'll be right back. Just need to quickly go sort something out. If you guys are watching, it will probably be like 5 minutes, so it gives you guys a chance to stand up, stretch your legs, and get something to drink. Get a glass of water or something. We'll call this intermission, so to say. Hola, senors, I'm back. I am back. That's my girlfriend. Great. Let's get back at it. Also got some snacks. So, hope for the best. Would you guys mind if I quickly send her a photo? Not of you guys, obviously, but just... Zoom. And one of me. No. Switch camera. There we go. Okay, let's get back at it. This lady, she's clearly moving, but why can't I see her?
It's locked.
Who's this lady?
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Can I help you?
A fancy doctor lurking at night by the docks? Not fishy at all.
And what about you? Working outside at night in this dangerous part of town?
You want to know my secret? I'm trying to earn money. And I'm Lottie Paxton, by the way.
Is it not dangerous to work here at night?
As long as I have good legs, I can run away from trouble. The sad saint now provides me and my sister a bed and a roof. I don't want to lose that.
She's the sister of the other angry lady.
Are you homeless, Miss Paxton?
Mr. Hampton's night asylum is our new home now. It's a safe place for me and my sister.
What can you tell me about the sad saint?
It's just the nickname of Sean Hampton, the sad saint of the East End. He gave me shelter, and he's not always sad.
What can you tell me about this place? How are things here?
It may be okay for a strong girl like me, but a dandy doctor from the city like yourself, you better watch your back, Mr. Reed.
I wonder, do you get mugged?
You really think I should go back to a safer place, miss?
No, I think you had better stay and help as many people as you can. Just avoid the wet boot boys. Those bastards are worse than the epidemic.
There's quite a bit of resentment there, but the Prewin hunt vampires. The boot boys. The boot boys
local dangers must
prey on the,
the gangs,
civilians,
the thieves,
or the
the
citizens
drunks,
and the citizens.
The jobless. A man with your fancy clothes will attract a lot of attention.
Well, I am not someone.
And then there's the higher class. So there's 4
Glad to hear that.
levels of authority.
And if you get into trouble, you can always seek help at
Social
Sean Hampton's
activities.
shelter. No one would dare to be violent there.
I did not hear a word she said. Not at all. Well, let's get back to you.
I'm looking for Sean Hampton. Can you help me?
Mr. Hampton must be in his office at the night asylum he manages, I suppose. Why do you want to see him?
He was a patient of mine at the Pembroke Hospital, but he left abruptly.
I see. Well, Mr. Hampton is a discreet and dedicated man. I'm sure you'll find him soon enough.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
Come now, Lottie. There is still much work to do.
Everybody's doing what they can. Paper. Daughters in heaven until the day.
This Seymour worries me.
Because she's an absolute sweetheart, actually. The other one is an absolute witch! I'm gonna call it that. She's a witch. Bomb exploded. This is of the guy in the bar that's locked.
It's locked, all right.
Found Mr. Hampton.
Why the long face, Doctor?
How dare you welcome me as if everything is the same? We both know things have changed a lot, don't we?
I'm still me in here, just more alive, as a Skal. It's a new beginning, Doctor.
Since you left Pembroke, the amount of blood that has been shed, it's hard to believe you, Sean.
Ask what you will. As the Lord is my shepherd, I will not speak a lie to you.
Aren't you afraid of what you've become?
We are blessed, Doctor. Can't you see it? The Lord has made us able to walk amongst the plague and aid those that need it.
Do you think this is a blessing when God's own house and holy symbols repel you?
If that is your burden, Doctor, so be it. But I do not fear the cross, nor am I forced to take the life of another. My kind doesn't share your imperfections.
But you must drink blood now to survive.
No, not your scripture. Whoso eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood hath eternal life, and I will raise him up at the last day. So saith the Lord. I only need to eat flesh, no blood.
Weird.
Why return here?
This is my home. These people are
So
my
he's
flock.
basically
You will
eating
always
corpses.
find me where I am
That's what
needed.
that is what he's doing.
Wonders never cease. Skal managing an asylum.
And what of you? A vampire doctor? Meals laid out before you. Yet you restrain.
And what about William Bishop? He tried to take care of you. But this hunger, this thirst, cannot be restrained.
Alas, poor William. He had a good soul, but was weak in spirit. He could not shake the thirst for booze, never mind blood. But have faith. My will is far stronger than his.
Now, before we ask the big question, let's lock some doors. Then I can get immersed. Let's see what's happening.
Why did you kill Miss Jones at the Pembroke Hospital?
Killed old Harriet? You must be mad, Doctor. Why would I do such a thing?
So you claim Miss Jones' death was not by your hand?
nor the other incidents at Pembroke.
Though Harriet was an angry, spiteful woman, she was one of God's creatures. I have nothing but love for all he has made.
But you were close to her.
Of course. But she was lost, separated from the fold. She did not see the hand of the divine in my blessed condition.
People have been murdered. I've seen the blood. I don't believe you can be trusted.
Have a little faith, Doctor. If you will follow, I will guide you to the light.
How do you plan to do that?
Take this key of the old sewers. The entrance is by the riverbank, south from here. There you'll find all the proof you need.
Very well. You have definitely intrigued me. I hope you're right, Sean.
I'll be here when you return. If you still think I'm a threat then, well, I'll surrender myself to your judgment.
Such a weird idea. It makes sense in a way. I mean, it's freaky to know that, to think that your doctor is a vampire, your priest is a flesh-eating monster, and they're doing goodwill. It's weird. It's extremely freaky, actually. It's really freaky. Neither is your attitude. Terrible attitude, that woman. Terrible. Extremely terrible. Small bottle. Away from parts. Let's go see what this guy has to say or do. Find it. Unlocked. Every cent counts. Oh. Wait, is this just a... Yes, it is just simply a blood trail. But to where? Just out of curiosity, I know I'm heading in the wrong direction. Where's the blood trail leading? Oh boy. I'll look at the Sue in a second. I just want to find out who is this auntie. And what's her story? Oh no. Let's have a chat.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Do you need any help?
Rest assured, I will help you, sir. Martin Nightingale, at your service. Please, take a look at my wares.
Your merchandise. I don't really see anything worth having. No offense.
None taken, sir. But please, I need to eat. Perhaps if you keep looking, you'd see something that takes your fancy.
Merchant, okay.
Let me be frank. You're as much of a businessman as I am a werewolf, right?
Who the hell are you to question me? It's hard enough to stay clean when you don't have a place to sleep. I'm doing my best here.
I meant no offense, Mr. Nightingale. I was merely pointing out the fact that you're unlikely to survive long if you continue wandering this path.
And what should I do then, sir? Should I join the Wet Boot Boys like so many others? No thanks. I'd rather be a bad seller than a dead gang member.
Honest man.
What can you tell me about the neighborhood? Have you got any friends around these parts?
Not really. Miss Gillingham smiles and says kind words, but I know she's lost her marbles, especially since her son died.
Tell me about this crazy woman. Madness is often mistaken for other conditions.
The poor woman's mad, all right. Kind and all, but she has so much trouble remembering things. She's taken me for a son more than once.
Grief. A lot of grief.
How interesting. I don't suppose you know what happened to her son.
Jack! Rumour has it he tried to tackle some gang lads. I didn't know him well, but I heard he was a nice enough chap. His old ma still thinks he's around.
Why not try seeking help instead of peddling your wares? I'm sure there are people around here that would gladly help.
There's always the night asylum. I heard it's run by a very nice man, but I'm no beggar. Not yet, at least.
There is no shame in asking for help, my boy. Sometimes it can even be the best course of action.
I don't feel okay with that. I'm gonna make a name for myself, and I'll do it by myself.
Not really a way to go. I mean, you build with relationships. If you
I found this watch. It belonged to Miss Gillingham, but I thought you might find it useful.
That makes sense. She would have forgotten about the watch by the next day.
If you say so.
Take this for your trouble, Dr. Reed. I will not forget your gesture, I swear.
Silver mirror.
Show me what you have to offer then, Mr. Nightingale.
Interesting. Worth it. Then, actually, I'm spending a lot of coin at the moment. I think that's all for the time being.
Please, sir. Come and have a gander.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. May I come in?
I already took my medication, Doctor. But thank you.
I'm sorry. Your medication? Have we met before?
Don't tease me like that, Jack. Sorry, what?
I think I should come in, miss. I'd like to check if everything is okay, what with the epidemic spreading across London.
An epidemic, you say? How terrible. I had no idea. But where are my manners? Please do come in, Doctor. You are a doctor, yes?
Indeed I am. Indeed I am.
So, Dr. Tippett, what brings you back here? I heard
Wow.
whispers you had a job at that fancy hospital.
I told you my name is Jonathan Reed. Don't you remember?
Of course I do. I remember my name too. Gillingham. But you may call me Enid, Doctor. I'm very happy to see you again.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
Oh no, I don't gossip. That would be most unbecoming of a lady such as myself.
Who are the more influential figures on the docks?
Well, I heard about some terrible illness going around. I would say in that case that it's you, Dr. Tippets.
Is anyone taking care of you, Miss Gillingham?
My son is always here to take care of me. He's a good boy like that, but I do worry that he needs to start living his own life. Why, I would never say that to him, of course.
Enid, have you really no idea what happened to your son? No idea at all?
I've not seen Jack for so long. I lose track of time. Has something bad happened to him?
Don't worry. Jack will come back.
Yes, he will. It won't be long before he's back. He must be out there somewhere making money. Yes, that's what he's doing.
Goodbye, Miss Gillingham.
What else is there?
It's locked.
Ah, that's what I wanted. The Tippets. Very strange coincidence. Or is it? Sorry, ma'am. Should have knocked. But I think you knocked on death's door.
Are you certain you're not lost, sir?
You seem quite a stranger to these parts.
Not really, no.
Good evening, Miss Gillingham. May I come in?
Of course, of course.
Oh boy.
So, Dr. Tippets, what brings you back here? We haven't talked in quite some time.
Do you require medical attention, miss? I'll try my best. Here, take this. And please, try to get some rest.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
In no time. Can mesmerize her quite easily. Something still confusing about her. Everyone else is recovered. Recovering.
Goodbye, Miss Gillingham.
Nope, that's not a viable way. Find a way to contact me and receive this message. Morse code was yours. Okay. Well, good thing that you might be hiding this way. You'll know it was really me. For now, it's good thing that you're hiding. The wet boot boys are all over the neighborhood claiming they will punish the man who murdered one of them. Sure, they could make an arrangement to seal things when the heat has died down. Interesting. Very interesting. But I still need to find a close hideout. Still feel like there's something here. Yes. These dogs will probably see him patrolling at night. He's a suspicious vampire. The man is a fraud, not even a real conman, for he does not even charge anybody for the work, but he clearly has no clue what he's talking about. If he ever approaches you, some joint hunt or collaboration, refuse him and let him go and leech fight. The man is nothing more than bait. Very nice.
mine!
This could be the public house Giselle Paxton mentioned. I should investigate further.
Sorry, sir. No admittance.
Don't have to start with the darkest holes first. Don't solid. Means I'm serious about keeping people out. First thing first.
Step away, sir.
each man his duty. Ours is to flush every hole without a rat could be hiding in wait.
Sorry, sir. No admittance. Are you dead?
Don't have to start with the darkest holes first. This door is solid. Means someone's serious about you and you back.
This is no place for a gentleman.
That you are most certainly correct.
Pretty much all back to the hell that followed you! Stay back, please!
Well, that's very quickly. Very quickly. Sort something out. I was a bit silent, I was in focus mode actually. It's still fine. I'm snacking and feeding. Based on previous conversation we had. Done. Okay, now it's time to explore, it seems. Zoom out of the ordinary.
I cannot enter. That doesn't work. So that's it. These wheels control the water level.
How do I oh. I don't think that is that. Aha.
That doesn't work.
So before I go there, let me just go below. Okay, what's next? Okay, actually go here. Oh, there must be a switch there at the back. I'm showing it, so. Yeah.
That gate should shut properly.
Does that draw you off? Okay, so that drops the entire water level, I assume. Does it not? It seems like it, so something still must be missing. What if this one, that one,
That doesn't work. That doesn't work.
yes, I missed anything. No, I haven't. Came down there, beware. Missed money. Then I could go to here. It should shut properly now, but where should I go? What is the best course of action? It's not flowing. This one. Oh, it is working. Okay. Now that that is working. Blood. Bodies. Skull. Preferably I would like to know what I'm fighting before I voluntarily just go. Skull. Body. Massacre happened here. Rats. Oh boy.
This is despicable.
I need to get in.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
This is leading me to something. I don't know what it is.
It's locked, all right.
Can't you just reach through the bars? Oh boy, here we go.
These maggots have escaped the wrath of Ascalon for too long. It is time to purge the sewers of their filth.
You again. The one they call the sewer dog.
Hold your tongue, newborn, or I'll crush you like a maggot.
You've let the beast consume you.
Finally, a touch of lucidity. To respect the laws of Ascalon. Your neck shall snap like a hare's brittle bones, newborn.
Okay, so it's easy for those. At least I can swap that, so this won't do me any good. I have the blood spear equipped.
Once you vanished, I'll slaughter the scalds while singing your name! Neck shall snap the hair's brittle bones, newborn! And thine shall be a fair skull to adorn my mantle! Slow as a snail! You found your death in me! blood to piss. Return to your apothecary and needles. Your blood is now mine. Down, stay down. I shall crush you. Foolish Ekon! Your blood is now mine. I shall crush you. Down, stay down. Return to your apothecary and needles.
Yes! Got him! Got this son. Is there anything else? There. There.
At least one skull escaped Virgil's wrath.
Which one though? Which one escaped his wrath? Aha.
The poor creature is bleeding to death. He cannot be far.
That's where it led.
Safe we are, still. Drink now. This isn't the blood of a vampire, but it will quench your thirst. This is our domain, not yours. You've been warned.
Wait, I saved you from this creature. That must count for something.
Thank you. Now go. Go back to the streets and houses. There is no love lost between us, Vampire. But thank you.
Sean Hampton sent me here. I believe he wanted me to find you. Who are you?
If you must know, they call me Old Bridget, and this shelter is where we live.
I'm Jonathan Reed. I'm a newborn Ekon. I'm afraid I'm not sure.
It sounds a lot like
I shall
aircon.
not bend a knee,
Air conditioning.
Ekon, but I sense your pain. Ask, and I will afford you my attention.
Why was that creature after you?
Fergal is the blunt instrument of the Ascalon Club. His masters would see us dead or turned into slaves if they had their way.
What the hell was that thing? He wasn't an Ekon or a Scout.
They are known as Volkod, an ancient offshoot of immortals. Blood drives them, enrages them.
What of this Ascalon Club?
Vampire society's elite in the Empire. They make the rules and enforce their judgment upon us whom they see as lessers.
So was it you that Sean Hampton sent me to find?
Perhaps. The sad saint was always kind to us. He must trust you if he revealed our location.
I hope you guys can still see me okay.
John is a Skull. All those I've encountered have been violent, crazed creatures. How can he be any different?
Maybe because he is the sad saint. Or perhaps because I am old Bridget of the Sewer Skulls.
Sean killed a patient of mine, and that's just one of the murders he's being hunted for.
If you refer to Harriet, she is now among us and under our protection.
Harriet Jones is alive. That's it. That's the proof Sean wanted me to find. I must talk to her.
No, Harriet is not alive, but you can speak to her. I must warn you, she is fragile and may not receive you warmly.
I don't understand.
She is filled with bile and hate. Her mind is sharp as a tack, but her body is so weak. I've never seen its like before. She is resting in a room on the far right of this hideout.
Thank you. I will bear that in mind.
We're at your mercy. Will you end us? Oh, Bridget allowed me to wander above some years back. It was unpleasant.
This adds another dynamic. This is now a fifth player in the society that is absolutely weird. It's freaked.
Hello, Harriet. Do you recognize me?
Yes, you were from the Pembroke Hospital. The young doctor. So full of secrets.
I have so many questions I need to ask you, Harriet. If you would.
I love questions. As for the answers, you may not like them.
How do you feel?
I can't see. I can't move. My body's burning. I feel as if I'm dying over and over again.
Have you tried to eat or drink something?
People here tried to feed me, but I'm just not hungry. I don't have the strength.
Does the pain ever stop?
It is not pain I feel. It's like I can't stop feeling every inch of my body. But at the same time, each muscle and bone is the wrong place.
It's uncomfortable. Imagine feeling that.
Your room. The blood. What brought you to fake your death in such a gruesome fashion?
To see if I would be mourned.
Why flee with Sean Hampton?
Oh, it's always a pleasure to see a saint fall to sin. But the coward still won't kill.
Do you take pleasure in causing so much pain and sorrow?
Nobody gave a damn about me. Not a tear shed. Poor Harriet. Always the discarded.
Quite a large ego, this one. She has really quite a big ego.
And why not? This is where I live now. Leave me be.
Will you respect old Bridget's wishes? Will you obey her?
Bridget is kind. She only needs to keep me fed and I'll be good.
So you desire to stay here?
Yes, I'm with my own kind. Birds of a feather, so to speak. Poor Harriet. Always alone.
And she plays the victim card very often.
I have a question of the utmost importance to ask. Will you answer?
Questions, questions, questions. The good doctor, always searching for answers.
Do you remember what you did after leaving the hospital? Did you kill anyone?
First, a question from me. You answer first.
Very well then. What do you want to know?
Are you like me? Are you also dead?
We are similar, but not the same, Harriet.
I like what I am. I truly do. I relish the pain that courses through me.
I know you fled the hospital with Sean Hampton. Did you or Sean kill anyone in your flight? Anyone? Try and remember.
I will not lie. I wanted blood, and I wanted revenge, and Sean pulled me from it, brought me here instead. But the shadows heard my prayers. The shadows killed that bastard.
You sought vengeance by your own hand, and someone else obliged you. Very convenient. Don't lie to me.
I don't lie. I saw him near the docks, and rightly I wished him dead. And I am happy he is. It's true. But I didn't kill him. I was too tired.
Who was that man? The one murdered in the street?
He used to be my landlord. I lived here for many years before falling ill. Oh, he was an awful man. Disgusting and cruel. So cruel.
Shadows. Tell me what you saw.
The shadows, they heard me and answered. Something in the deep darkness. Quick, deadly. It asked me if I wanted revenge. I answered, yes.
And these shadows, this presence, do you still hear it? Was it a vampire? Did Sean see it?
It spoke only to me, and now it is silent. It's born of hatred, and it will kill again. And it hates you, Doctor. Oh, it hates you.
What makes you say that?
It whispered your name, Dr. Reed. It wanted to know who you were and where you went.
Questions about me? What did you say?
Nothing, Doctor. I said nothing. There was nothing it didn't already know. Oh, I'm tired now. Let me rest.
Acorns must need vampires and actually mortal in their stand of the chain wherever they traveled, conceiving mortal lives forming from society out of the Camping's full is an Aspen club. Should only accept Acorn of the highest lineage. It's a member of the inner circle, depending on the circumstances. We accept it as ward dogs or hunting hounds, as long as they obey the laws. Luckily enough, these lesser Acorns have a natural tendency to submit and obey their masters. Mighty Lord, Midway, Thunder. Interesting. Very
You found the
interesting.
answers you were looking for, young Egon.
There is too much left unanswered. So many questions.
Get to know us, spend time with us, and I may be willing to answer more questions.
Why do you live here, amongst the filth and vermin?
Live. Here we hide.
What are you hiding from?
From the guilt, the shame, from the hunters and the light. And of course, our past.
Obviously,
why don't you leave the city? Hide somewhere far from the Guard of Priwen. The Escalon.
We are the Sewer Skulls. This is our domain. We have run as far as we can, and now we hide.
Okay.
Your diction, your words. You do not carry yourself like most skulls I've encountered.
True. I'm not like most skulls.
You were once someone else. What happened to you?
It is as sad as it is long, young Echo, but it will remain mine.
Wow.
Can I be of service to you?
We ask but one thing. Reveal to no one our secrets. Do not betray us.
For how long have you been in hiding here?
Skulls have been hiding under London since vampires first entered the city.
Where did you hide before the sewers?
We claimed ancient tunnels, forgotten caverns, catacombs. We are skulls, groveling beneath the feet of our makers.
Manner of creature is Harriet. She is different from everyone else.
I really don't know. I'm not even certain she's a skull. I've no idea as to what blood made her.
What is a skull, in fact, in your honest opinion?
A progeny of a vampire, disavowed by her maker. Perhaps a fruitless branch of a noble tree. A word used to enslave us. I cannot say.
You mentioned that vampire blood has tremendous potency. You believe it to be stronger than your own.
The vampire's sweet blood. That rich, dark wine that we crave. But it made us, and it can sustain us.
I thank you for your time, madam. I must go back to Shornhampton now.
Your kindness has been ample payment, Egon. To protect us, I'll close the access to our hideout, but you can use our shortcut to reach Mr. Hampton's shelter. Just follow the arrows.
Okay. Broke my negation. But I'm almost able to get the white out. That's that.
Thank you, old Bridget. I hope we'll meet again.
And I assume I lose with me. Who is this bloke?
Are you all right, sir? What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question. Don't you know this is a quarantine zone?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating the epidemic. You had better get to a safe place while you still can.
Oh, really? We'll go investigate somewhere else and leave me be.
I beg your pardon?
I said, go. Leave me alone, sir.
Who is he?
Rodney? Yes, I did. I did not even know his name.
Then why did you kill him?
That arsehole always mocked me for the colour of my skin. Usually I let it go. But not that night. We fought. He died.
Unfortunately, I have met several murderers during my lifetime.
You don't look like them. I can tell you're no cold-blooded killer.
You're right, sir. At first it was just a simple argument between us, but the man had a bad fall.
Believe me, Rodney, you won't survive here long. No matter what you did, you must go back to where you used to live.
I'll go back to the docks then. But if I die, remember that the blood of Rodney Grader will be on your hands.
How is London? I've not seen beyond these walls in such a long time. Eternal gratitude for your protection, Master. I've not seen beyond these walls in such a long time.
About to happen. It was bound to happen, actually. Yeah, you finally find out. Common mace. That is fantastic. Woo! Crystal. Let's see. Increased damage dealt. 10%. Firepower, century damage, or chemical damage. Still over 60, 70. This is common mace. Jeez. Let's see what happens with that one. There's this one as well. Jeez, this is doing an insane amount of damage. Is there anything else I can do to it with weapons? Vials again. I have fatigue is damage 1. Got everything I could there, everything I could there. Okay. Ooh, 3,000. Oh, this is the most experience I have. Oh, that's fantastic. Now let's see what can we upgrade each of these. That could be a waste. Yeah, just leave them. this one, this is my time that I heal. It's a lot. It's an extreme amount, not gonna lie. Look at my blood capacity. Yes, endurance. Oh, I'm able to get more health. This is already quite high. I can get that, or bite damage. Yep, bite damage it is. Yes, let's stick with that. Good. Sanitized, sanitized. Treating for cold. Simple to do. No idea what's happening here. These are explodable. Watch shillings. Okay. More shillings. This is an entirely new idea or idea of what it is to survive. I mean, they don't need to pay rent. They don't need to medicine to hide and survive. That's the most they do. That's weird. It's really weird.
The vampire hunters will never find us here.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Which one Hampton is... Will I ever get back? I mean, I did whatever I could there. I don't know. At least the skulls there were decent. Or, well, normal, if I can say so. Not really ferocious beasts, and I felt like the surface.
It's locked, all right.
Why is this one? These are cadavers. What reason? It's priests.
It's locked.
Welcome back, Dr. Reed. Would you like to take communion with me now?
Sean, are you eating raw flesh?
It is the sacred flesh of the mortal lamb. Our Lord's bounty and transmutation for the sustenance of his believers. Thank you, Lord. I am your most humble servant.
So, true to your word, you waited for my return.
I told you, Dr. Reed, I was a man to be trusted. Did you have word with the poor Harriet?
You make no distinction between the living and the skulls, do you?
We are God's children, Dr. Reed, one and all, and he's determined to save us.
What will be the result if you continue to assist both skulls and the living?
For the last decade, what's been happening? They found a better life. What's to change?
You're forgetting the epidemic. Things can go south very quickly. I've seen it.
Oh, these are terrible times. Only those pure of heart shall prevail.
You've turned skull now. Don't you see the danger to anyone giving you their trust?
We are all sinners, awaiting salvation. This is a simple truth, ordained by the Lord Almighty. I am a seeker of his glorious light.
Does this place belong to you? How can you be so certain you can keep it open?
This warehouse was once property of the Dawson family, but has been bequeathed me through a donation.
The Dawsons? The wealthiest family in London? Have they a clue as to what goes on here?
Not at all. The donation was made before the war. The building was run down. I never met Aloysius Dawson myself.
So you have the run of the place and no one's taken notice?
As long as we keep to ourselves, we interest no one. This is a haven, and I pray it remains so for eons to come.
Harriet, Miss Jones, has been behaving in a most violent manner. She's going to need special attention.
That's precisely the reason I brought her here. To meet old Bridget. She's the guide Harriet requires.
Who is this old Bridget?
I don't know, Doctor. She rarely speaks of her past, but I know she has a long one. She's likely the oldest soul in the city.
Harriet is possessed by her hatred. You cannot let her roam free. She's dangerous.
She has joined her own kind, Doctor. Old Bridget is a saint to the younger Skulls, guiding them to salvation and peaceful existence.
I believe I've learned all I need to know. I'm certain you've killed no one, but one day I believe you'll cross the line.
Logic is a false prophet. Faith is the only path to salvation.
What do you mean?
We have been blessed with God's eternity. We are the instruments of His divine will. We shall feed the hungry forever and ever. Amen.
I haven't the luxury of being able to satisfy my hunger on staunched blood and lifeless flesh.
I like that staunched blood. God, Doctor. Expel your urges and kneel before the Lord in praise.
These urges. You know the hunger will never be satisfied.
I come to embrace the everlasting craving. I have sworn to feed only upon the flesh of the dead. It is now my sacrament. Take, eat. This is my body. So saith the Lord.
I believe you, Sean. In fact, I envy the peace you found and will remember it.
There's love and passion in your heart. You only need to give it wings.
Thank you for your kind words, Sean. Continue your noble efforts. You are a good man in bad times.
Keep the light, my friend. Like all my flock, you have a home here. Anytime you're the neighborhood.
Another corpse in the streets. Someone's playing a very sick game. I know this brooch. This is my mother's. A birthday gift from my father. 29 Pretty Orchard Street. That's near Poplar Street. Why would this man carry off my mother's brooch? I must go there.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy! Here we go! Let's not get... Let's get into stealth mode again. 4 is going to be... Ay, ay, ay. Stronger. What's happening? Why don't they behave the same way? Goofy multiple bullets. All these things. Nope, nope, okay.
It's locked.
This is a very dangerous game. Yikes. If this is what I think it is, then it's a problem. Need to get across somehow. This is the short route. It's simpler, easier, and better. I think, but we will have to see. Definitely have to see. Yay, handbars. Loot those. I think the more missions I do, the better the loot will become. Just damage the softy. See. A lot of semi-automatic pistol often used by German officers, able to fire 3 rounds in quick succession. Let's use this one for the time being. Use this one. 9 versus. Still looking forward to that, but okay. Now I don't have any ammunition left.
Get weapons ready!
Quick, swap-a-roo of the better steak. Dang. I'm eating licorice, by the way, so a red licorice with white sugar inside. So, wonderful. So, where do I respawn? Just turn around. Straight on. But yes, I can go. I guess got this. Where's my here's the keys. What we need to do, well, we got health pots. So that's good. Not enough. Not yet enough. Almost. Almost. try this. Increase the consumption. That's it. Bludgeon. Let's keep it there. With the waiting game, I don't like it.
Let's turn around, Vampyr.
Oh, just here. Oh boy. Is I need to get to go left across. 30 seconds. What do I do with 30 seconds? Canting what factory? Factory. 3, 2, 1. Get to here. Deal with whatever's here in a second. Is this any space? Probably done. So last week this time. So this is Red Boys HQ.
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Yes, they're recruiting civilians. In the meantime, the boys away.
You again.
Questions?
Do you know Edwina suspects you to be unfaithful? Edwina's the one who asked to be called Mrs. Cox, even though Clay hadn't touched her for such a long time. You have not answered my question.
She's a passionate woman. I've no doubt she'll shoot me down if I ever betray her, but that's not going to happen. I love her as she is.
I know you're looking for an honest job, Booth. You're tired of this criminal life, aren't you?
It's just an idea. Edwina loves to run things so much. You can never really leave the gang. We're boys for life, you know.
Goodbye, Mr. Dick.
She's got no idea what she's dealing with.
I can buy the shopping from what's his face.
Wave.
Ah, I hate the loading screen. Let's get. Oh, bridge. Where does this help me? Which is not up to where I want to go. I can't go through there because all the gates are locked. So what I have to do is that side where there's locked. So I have to go across the market there.
Don't forget to keep an eye out for this guy. Something's. My guess is they're recruiting some vengeance.
In the meantime, the boys away for
Yes.
Someone's playing a really strange game. I'm going to find out who.
Yeah, I did not cause any trouble whatsoever. It seems like I am. Like, man. There's something from you. I wouldn't go down into the sewers unnecessarily, I think. I have completely missed. I have missed it completely. I have to run all the way back. However, get across the stairs, running up the stairs, across the bridge. Flat. So, across the bridge. Up the stairs. Back.
Where does this blood trail lead?
I need to follow it.
29 Prince George Street. This is it. What's in there for me? There's been a fight.
So we're going to fight. Was it in the door? Came up to the person, hit him. They were in the fight.
This window was shattered with violent force. Someone's been pulled through it and dragged through the street. Who could have done that?
I do not want to fight. Things. So, okay, so something happened. There was a fight. That's Pembroke. That is Pembroke.
There's one of them. Watch yourselves. No, stop!
I need to run again the inside loop. I could have hit him with the ultimate. Bruh. Who do I hit? Oh, I hit him with a 3. Slash damage. My gosh, I should just once more. If I were to pick off the people who have no social structure, no connection, keeping them off would actually make it sound easier to maintain. Cool. I don't want to remove the pillars, I mean, they are cardinal points.
Okay, it's up us! Stay back!
This is not helping me at all. One death. I think we sort these guys out. They're much tougher, and I'm not getting experience fast enough. I'm not getting experience fast enough at all.
The marks on this woman's neck, made by the fangs of a vampire. Only a golden watch in her pockets. This is the very flower my mother tossed on Mary's coffin. Someone is targeting my family.
Staying straight.
Her shoes and clothes are quite worn out.
I see you.
Right then. It's a sick game, but given no choice in the matter, I might as well win it.
Before I go, We'll just unlock a hideout. Yes. Analyze, and fix the cards. Moving bottle. Impact. Nickel. That's already. This is a high cost, large return. Team. Rage is the answer. Three, four, four, three. Yes. Okay, so I tried to get the regulation, release everything. So obviously, thirst, heart. Do primary first. Health. Check the blood capacity. What's these? See. Let's try. I'll experience later. It's a game I play. Christian faithful. Maybe twist. That's issue. This was always nothing. No, it's serious. Listen. That took so much work. Ah. Headache. Fatigue, huh? Headache. Headache. Serious. It's absolutely serious. Fatigue. I'm going to have to start off next week with playing doctor and treating all of these. Some cases are serious.
It's long to write.
By Leeds playing a nasty game.
Seems like that's best. Now we're going to be called to the High Committee. Let's go. What's the components?
Jonathan! What was that? I won't let you escape.
If you want to use these ways or travel points, actually.
Very fast, we'll catch you.
Fire.
They've all been butchered.
Very old. Must have been years. That's the cemetery.
Since arrest.
Come to me.
I feel someone's eyes on my neck.
You, what have you done?
Vicar Larrabee, what happened?
Demon! Hell Scourge! Son of perdition!
Vicar, Jonathan's no demon. He's just a soul. Returned from the dead. Like your Christ, Vicar.
Mary, is it really you?
Oh, it's me, all right. Precious brother.
What is Mother here?
I'm gathering the family for a final union. All smiling, all dead. Thanks to the good Dr. Reed.
Mary.
Mother, say hello to your son. Hello, Jonathan.
Mother,
What do we have here, Mother? The prodigal son has lost his tongue. Our Jonathan always had the first and last word at dinner. The entertainer, the star of our show.
I'm sorry, let me explain.
Shut up. It's my turn to do the talking. Sure. Nasty hole in my chest, Johnny. It needs to breathe.
Of course, you can speak.
My prayers went so long without an answer. My husband, killed in France. My child, carried away by the flu. My brother promising to return in his letters, then disappearing in thin air. I went from hospital to hospital, cemetery to cemetery, grave to grave. I visited every zone in London searching for an end to nightmare. And then you were, in front of me, on the here.
The hunger had taken me.
The joy to have finally found you. I longed for your arms, final happy ending of so much tragedy. Tell me all would be well again, as you did when we were children. It was this filthy dock where you greeted your sister. I dug a tunnel from my grave with my fingers and teeth.
Mary, I thought I had murdered you. I tried to end myself. We've been through the same horror.
We are a disease, Jonathan. A sickness corrupts all it touches. All we kiss and all we kill. Look at me. Admire your ilk.
I'm so sorry.
Apologies will not suffice. I demand reparation. I want a miracle. Are you a miracle worker, Dr. Reed? No? I'll show you mine then. The family Reed, reunited and complete, living forever in a red sea of eternal love. Say hello to my son.
Mary, wait. I have many friends with vital knowledge. Vampires. We're not alone, Mary. In time, we can learn to live almost as we lived before.
How long?
What?
How long will this masquerade continue? I'm watching you. All these nights in Whitechapel pretending you're still a doctor. You believe you're just fighting a disease, but it's you, the disease, Jonathan, you.
I'm a scientist. I'll find a solution. We'll not let go, please.
You're always the one swaying to Jonathan, but before the motivation was always pure. Now you're tainted.
Let her go. She's no part of clearness.
Very well. Have you heard of the doctor? You can go home, Mother. Go home and rest in peace. Yes, I'll go home and rest. It's so easy to make them obey or forget habits for our pleasure. I've seen you have your fun.
You are mad.
So that's what I am, Doctor. Mad. I was beginning to wonder. I could hear these voices in my head. One in particular. That of my dead brother. This is the reason I must kill you. Not for your betrayal. Not for our poisonous kiss. Not even for lives you held yourself. No, it's so that something can make your voice will stop. Ring it in my ear.
Mary. No, don't.
Time to die, brother. And this time for good. Stay up. Abomination, what have you done? Assassin! Rest in peace, monster.
Oh wow, that's actually less strong than I thought. Damage and blood. So weakness. Oh, no, resistance. Sorry.
God help, please help me! In the name of Christ, someone...
You killed me, brother! What have you done? You left me to rot in his grave! Come to me, Jonathan. Abomination!
That's a one-kill shot. I haven't seen that one before. What to do, what to do.
Someone help me!
Dexterungsstämma. Dexterungsstämma. This is quite a couple of points.
Help me! Get Slayer! You burned by your might! You're a monster! Rest in peace, monster. Give me your blood, priest. Fight for just to die for. Kiss me again. You've killed me, brother. Come to me, Jonathan. What have you done? Come to me, Jonathan. You left me for rot in your grave.
Wow. That's a difficult fight. I'm not going to lie. This is difficult. Stop being the priest. That's what I need to do.
Help me, please. Assassin! Kill him. Revel in your true nature. You kiss me again, sweet brother. Kinslayer! Rest in peace, monster. You killed me! You burned my desperate mind! You're a monster! Abomination! What have you done? Come to me, Jonathan. Abomination! What have you done? You left me to rot in this grave! Come to me, Jonathan. Kiss me again, sweet brother.
Still steady. That dude.
Rest in peace, monster.
Okay.
Because you said children had the same murder from me. What have you done? Kiss me again, sweet brother.
Why? Yes,
Come to me, Jonathan.
What are you? Bugger! 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 What do you upgrade? for the being. Starting to play smart. I just wanted to eat my stamina. Let me see, gameplay controls. Fighting, shoot, skill 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 5, yes, control 1, TG. Switch menu open is right. Switch range weapon. Okay, slap shot.
Say up! Revel in your true nature. Oh, rest in peace, monster.
Let's close. Let's close. That was too close. Makes sense. I was miles away. Okay, you good.
Kill me, brother. Kill him. Revel in your true nature. Rest in peace, monster. Say up. Kiss me again. You left me caught in this grave. Say up to me, Jonathan. Mind. You're a monster. You left me to cross. What have you done? Domination.
Either way to do it.
Revel in your true nature. Kiss me again. Rest in peace, monster. You've killed me, brother. Can't say I have to eat them then. You're a monster. What have you done? You killed me, brother. Come to me, Jonathan. Can't say kiss me again.
Okay. Again.
What have you done? It's time to bring this conversation to an end, forever.
You know I will not play this game.
Like a big dog. What's he looking for me an autopsy?
Totally ridiculous.
I'll kill them all. Kind of money. The sweet little lassie I've read. I am the harbinger, bringing your punishment. Don't you see? This is not me. Flesh that never ages. All nightmare, no drink. Paint till the plums. Let me see.
My hands were just a minute. My hands were touching the bottom.
I can forgive you.
Oh, now I'm shooting forward. I think it's forward. I'm doing it. There we go. The voice. Here we go. I think that's the end of the chapter. A few minutes. I don't know how much experience I receive of this. And how hard will the race be? This was legitimately one of the hardest boss battles so far in the game.
As I shed one last red tear for my fallen sister, I realized the entire world now revolves around this singular word. The epidemic that has stricken London is not the Spanish flu. It is transmitted through blood, with a violent blocking, turning survivors into frenzied immortals. I am Dr. Jonathan Reed. I am a vampire, born anew in need of death and excellence. While plotting fashion close in around me, I am sworn to find the source of this epidemic. I am convinced where the perils are still to come. I know the answers they seek are hiding in our blood.
Hey, look at this. East southwest, okay. Okay, we'll take one through a barricade or proceed point throughout the city. Ready, Ashbury. Well, I think this is a successful stream. So far, as I'm saying, leading leverage. So, I think next time, we'll continue what's happening again. And, yes, so that I have quite a good experience. Quite a bit. Let's zoom instantly. This is the superior option. Expensive though, but the superior. Let's just leave that, sorry. So I'll fix that. 104, so it might upgrade this and do 105 off the cuff. One more handle part. So enable upgrade, yes. Enhance, one of two things. See, that still doesn't do as much damage as this one does down the pipe. Down the line. Each one of these is 1,000. Or 2,000 actually. This 2,000 is damage inflicted. Upgrade the three main categories. I haven't used this at all. Should use this actually, but I want to get used to this here. So let's do this. This case, 1,000. I have increased my 1, 2, capacity. It's too expensive, but then I'll be able to then with the mid bag. This will just all drag over the butt. Life regions when it's 600. So how do I get that? At last, I can go for tactical and actually have all everything. Can't be selected instantly, rather they can increase their speed with blood, moving so fast that even eyes as if they disappear and reappear. I will critically use this ability can offensive or defensive, depending on the vampire state of mind. This deals damage, 100 damage, and this deals 30 damage. I wonder if I should pull off, then I can actually much easier if it's something else. Oh, whatever. After it's been declining, we give it fatigue. Better. How's it falling? I wonder, are these actual levels? Or not? So, you. Missing. 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 Oh, missing. Oh, the one thing. It's not a thing. Missing. Why? I mean, deep poop. No, wait, no, too bad. I meant deep poop. This one happens. And it's not sorry.
Good evening, Doctor. I'd like to see your story of a reliable gun.
This is the only shotgun I know of. Quite a bit of damage. I have the parts here to do insanely damage. They do a lot more damage. Switch to fire damage. These and gunfires with units. I'm not sure which one to take from these. But I'm going to buy this. Again, remainder. Let's buy these parts from him. And there goes all of my money. There I am officially broke. But, sorry. Healthy. They're also healthy. That's 4,000 experience. Where's the free? I can get away with Richard. It's a lot of experience. I know where she is. I know where Dorothy Crane is, but also that increased stream. I know exactly where she was, and she's exactly where I left her, where she was left. Actually, there. Immediately going to upgrade the shotgun. Shotgun one. Wilson's shotgun. Wait, wait. Time. Screw, grease. Damage. Yes. Yes. Okay. Oof. Oh, that's overpowered. A heck of a long time to fire. This one is like 30 and 15 cents. Screw, grease. The damage though. The damage. What you get was a matter of resources. Still, that does 432 damage. That is like a one-shot kill. Or two-shot kill. Easy. And then I can even... Now I can actually set this to damage. Change this over to D. Well, still the sight is extremely good. One. Two-hand. One-handed. This is still a very good weapon. I'm sure it isn't going anywhere fast. The hatchet could take the lead of this. It could definitely take the lead and boost its damage upwards. Then it is superior than the good hacksaw. For now, I'll use the shotgun as I need to. Ammunition, we're gonna see what ammunition like. 7 shotgun shots. Needs to be sold. 17 scraps. Ignore that marker there. Okay, so do that. So next episode I'm going to go bit by bit and deal with these and take off for the first how many. Thereafter I will then continue them by continuing the main quest. If that makes sense. So thank you guys for stopping by for the stream. I appreciate it and have a lovely day. Cheers. What's my progress?